little bit. Can't believe Monday was the last time I streamed. I thought I'd be gone for just a day. Making some murals. IRL, I'll have to post them soon. But it was a lot of fun. Might be transitioning and doing a lot of physical work sometimes soon. Leave off. Oh, I'm moving super slow. I am exhausted today. A long week. Let's do some texturing. Do you like texturing? We're gonna focus on getting these materials looking ship shape. And that'll probably be the day. I'm gonna take it a little slow today. No more murals for at least the next month or so. Right, so look at the color. We did add a high pass in order to get this nice fall off. I don't even know if I really like that. Just a little bit of it. Okay. Then let's do curveos for shadow. I'll just curve. Duplicate it. I suppose invert the curvature. And hide the ambient occlusion for now. And we'll swap color here to be white. Yeah, something like that. A little bit of blur. There. Do some balancing. Push it down a little. And maybe do a little bit of an overlay. All right. I like that. Maybe no roughness, just color. And we could maybe make it like a little orangey. Morning, Arctic. Hello. We're back. Been a long week. I ended up making some murals IRL. And honestly, it was just exhausting. A lot of time. I'll share some images. That looks good. A little bit of crunch. Could do a tiny bit of anti-aliasing here. That would be what, the yellow pattern? Or just do a filter anti-alias. Like so. Honestly, not really an improvement, so let's go to that. Excuse me. Get a tiny bit of sheen on the metal. A gold trim. Make a folder. Drop that there. Drop this. May not drag the mask. I guess not. So we'll copy the mask. Boom. Delete the mask. And paste the mask. Paste. How's your week been going, though? Or then we'll do lit. Not. Maybe we'll do maximum shine. Hello, Kabar. Friday, fun day. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good one. Doing all right. Got a new client for Dog Walks. It's a 5-month-old puppy. Oh, that's sweet. Having trouble hearing your voice? I'll move the mic a little closer. Hopefully that helps. Hello, hello. Make sure it's set to my that's right, microphone. That's a little intense. Maybe just a slight blur. Nice. Looks pretty good. Change that metallic a little bit more. Let's see what it looks like in Unity. Go. All right, let's get something on the cloth here because it's a little too absorbing. There. we have the color selection. So we'll duplicate this. Or actually, here's what we'll do. Template flat, boom. Then drag the color select onto here. Drop this in here. Get rid of this. Wonder why it didn't work. Overlay. Just say it should have worked. Better? Okay, good. Do a pattern. Something like that. Just a slight texture really makes such a difference. Oops. It's a little too strong. It's the same pattern as here too. Switch this to 2048. Save. That's nice. Pretty cool. Maybe we'll go the other way with the height. A little bit down. Then take the roughness. Okay. Feel like that should work. There we go. So right there. Okay. All right, that's enough. Let's do this sash. It's the same name, but whatever. Okay. Let's do sash. Start with just the color. Metallic. Ooh, so glossy. Too glossy. Looks like silk though. I like that. I think that looks good. But maybe let's switch up the lighting. Make sure we're not basing too much of this off the current lighting. Let's make this material less glossy. Even though I do really like that look. There actually is any color for the red pattern, so I'll have to do this one more time. Or red base, something like that. Just do rebels. That way we still get the pattern, but we have a bit more control over it. Oops. Still pretty glossy. Could you raise your voice a bit more one time? Hello, hello. And trying to turn it up. It looks like max on my end. Anyone else have trouble hearing me? Turn it up a bit more. Yeah, much better. You're fine? Okay. Yeah, that looks much more like actual soft fabric. This should be dark. I want to clean up this edge. Do that in the high poly. Like that. All right. If we're going to crash, it's going to be right about now. Let's set this lower. All right, that looks a little bit cleaner, but we still don't have any thickness on this edge. And I guess we wouldn't, so. But that does look cleaner. Beautiful. Okay. Now it is quite solidly. I got tired. It's not quite that toony. So look a little bit more stylized somehow. That's not it. Normal correct. Yeah. Oh, I do have. Where is that? Shading, skin, cloth. Cloth. Oh. Next message to return. Ooh, my hands are tired. Hello, Crosshatch. Welcome back. Howdy. Howdy indeed to you. I like your little emotes there. I've been gone. I ended up going and I'll turn my webcam. Oh, where's my webcam? Hello, everyone. I ended up making IRL murals. Is that a mage? Yes, pretty much. Yeah, like a sorcerer. Oh, necromancer. That's Where's the cat? One's in the chair. And then the other. Interesting. I don't know. Oh, there she is. She's in the box. She's in the box. Behold! Kitty! She's got like a whole cushion right next to her, but nope. Gonna sleep mixed in with the paper. Excuse me. Let's go to default VR chat lighting. Turn our light back on. Oh, it is on. Man, default Unity lighting. Muy malo. Muy mal. Cushion kitty. All right, let's add to all of our. Dang, I wish I could unlock all. Okay, not that many of them. Undo. Take it back. We'll go to shading, light data, min brightness 0.1. Not making the biggest difference, but shouldn't get invisible now. We do have cube map. And I could add that cube map I like. Is thou kitty cushioned, or is thus cushioned kitty? Well, she's crawled into a bunch of paper in a cardboard box. So no cushion right now, but she could if she wanted to. All right, so blend alpha. Interesting. It's already quite smooth, so I'm not sure what smoothness is doing there. Reflection, yeah, that's kind of what I want. It's a little too strong, I would say. Yeah, very glossy at certain angles. Okay, reset that. Giant mouse cushion would be based. Cute. Oh. Hmm. We're just experimenting right now. LT CGI. How's everyone's week been? Indeed good. Yeah, that looks good. It's a little bit of a rim. One avatar that has an accommodation for everything, thus having too many lights. Oh. Sandwich. I guess it'd really just be the shading if we wanted to adjust anything. I did switch this to cloth. Does not look super great though. Let's see what else we got. SDF. Hmm. That's quite toony. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, to be honest. Okay, well, we'll switch off that one. Realistic. Full stack of inside sandwich. Huzzah! Wiggamagoo! That's my spell. Finally, my new pen tablet arrives today. Just waiting for it. Hello, Sam. What's up? Hello, Popstar. Welcome, welcome. I ended up doing a bunch of work IRL the last few days. Should have brought next time. I will stream it, so you guys can come along for that. I didn't think to just because it was new, but that might be quite fun. Ooh, that looks better. There we go. Yeah, that looks a lot softer. Can't wait to get started working again. Heck yeah. One tablet user on YouTube. I believe so. Yeah, we were speaking about it a little while ago. Love how the Avi looks. Thank you. coming together well. We're just experimenting with some slightly different aesthetics here. It's taking some time. Whoa, that's not what I expected. I think I like skin the most, which I believe is what it was beforehand. So did a big old circle back there. Oh, we do have some other options here. Thickness. Bump blur. Shadow strength. I guess I could make it a little bit brighter. Shadow strength. Good enough. Okay. So let's rig the body. Actually, sorry. Anything else I'd want to do here? Let's clean up this one. I believe it's the Saru. Yeah. Yeah. Can't tell which one I'm selecting. Okay. So this is the wood. And here we'll add a template flat. We're going to add a fill set to planar. Or, sorry, anisotropic noise. We'll do this one. Rotate it. Actually, not just yet. Set it to cylindrical projection. Rotate it 90. Now we should have like kind of a wood grain texture we can play around with. Kind of like that a little. And let's turn down the, scale down the, all right. Cool. So there, got a little bit of a wood. Can't quite see. And let's do a little bit of roughness too, bring it down. Maybe just a slight darkening as well. Set it to multiply. And we'll also add a contrast balance. Okay, better. Let's say 2. 1.5. Looks pretty good. Then we could do a slight filter. Warp. Triple beam balance. Balance? my contour warp. Sort of. Do a little bit of that. I feel like that looks quite a bit more like wood now. Then see what it looks like in Unity. All right, we really shouldn't be worrying about this too much. Let's go to the Caseru here. And I might fill the bounds. Pog. All right, reference is here. Okay, so we do have this kind of ornate pattern here. What I noticed though is that the wood, is that getting mirrored? No, it's not mirrored. So we have these two halves. Yeah, otherwise we'd see a perfect mirror. Okay, that's good. Let's look at the high poly. It looks like there's these additional segments here. There and there. There and there. I would like those. So, how to do that? We're going to duplicate this front piece. Call this high front rim. And then isolating this, we can look at it right here. So we've already masked it one time. Double solidify. High poly versus low on computer RAM. Excuse me. I'm trying to get some DDR right now. Okay, so we only delete that portion. Here's what we'll do. I could try to find some rather complicated way to do it. We'll keep it simple. Display the view. Is it object viewport display? Wire. Cool. So now I've made this nice little bool. Really saves us some time. Must be buzzing. What does? What's got controller compatibility? Might be better to slice these individually. So we'll do rim. Interesting. Why is it kind of goopy? Interesting. Why is it doing that? Something about the Boolean. Tell your commissioner to play 9 souls. First I've heard of that. Interesting. We get this kind of that look. That must be because of the pipe curving. Then we still get this, which is an issue. So I'm going to get rid of this one. We're going to open up my Boolean. So I believe I have a better Boolean. A better Boolean. Yep. Yes, I do. No, I don't. There we go. Delete intersecting mesh. Okay, we did it. But then I could also add a displace based on the mask. Yes. Perfect. Okay. See it kind of changing. Okay. Platformer then. Do 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 do. And we'll copy this to selected and switch the slicer. Should be that one. Move it here. I think that should be working. There we go. Must have switched this spool. There we go. Good stuff. And this one, we are doing a solidify already, so we can just make it a little bit bigger. And maybe hit it with one more subdivision. Okay, I like that. Everything is named properly. Rim. Excuse me. Should have checked face orientation. Yeah, we're good. Interesting. Should be a normal map. Baked normal map. Those are not showing up as well as I'd like them to. Why is that? Because it's just so flat. So maybe we'll do another, let's do a bevel. Do %. Oh. That's not very good. We'll do a subdivision. Maybe make it a little bit. Ow. Oh, let's, I guess we already do. I think I'd rather turn it up here. Hi. Do you need attention? Yeah, look. She wants some loving. She's being a little goofy. Little goofy baby. Yeah. Oh. I think she missed having me be home. Didn't you? Didn't you? Let's, I want to separate these visually. So I'm going to take the rim here on both of them, and we'll make it, I don't know, some like odd color, blue. And that's so we can, let's just do like a dark gray. And this one we'll make a little bit darker. Could try to bevel these ones additionally. The bevel, why don't we decrease this? Here. And then add a subdivision there. Or I do have the budget for it. I don't really need a bunch of slices here, I think. Mm. I wonder why we're getting those. Why those pinches? That's good. Should be good. Crunchy. Hmm. I'm tired. It has been a long week. Okay, something's crunching them there. It's the subdivision. Much better. Cool. We're going to add a template curve AO. We already have one. All these rims. And then we'll do another color select for the base metal. I feel like that could look a little nicer. I suppose it's pretty squished. Really? Like, if you like. Hey. Stab me. It's not true. Got a little bit more resolution there. Now, there's one piece missing from our image. And that's this kind of swirly pattern here. Not 100% sure what that is. It looks just kind of like these wavy, leafy-ish tendrils. And so that's what we'll try to make. Let's see if we can just do it in substance. So I have the base metal. We've already isolated that. So we'll say BM pattern. And then here, you can add a fill. We'll do some sort of noise. And crystals creased might work kind of well. Increase that height. Switch it to triplanar. Scale it. Add some contrast. Change that balance a little. Got a way of making it look a little bit more vine-like. A little bit better. And we can add a filter AO. It should include this back one. It's not though. What was that? There it is. It's not perfectly mirrored. I don't know how it could be. I guess just standard UV projection. Be fine for the most part. Cool. That looks good. My eyeball. Nah. That music just suddenly stopped. Oh. So right now I'm using the UV map and we're moving over the inner shell. I could use a mirror. Is there a 3D mirror? It's mirroring on the UV. See right here. Boom. Flips that. So, not a world position mirror. You know what? It'll still work. somewhat. Kind of. Almost there. Just some noise. So this gives us a bit of color. And ideally, just a bit of height as well. Get this nice little grain. We'll do a noise in here as well. That should break up the reflection a little bit. All right, enough detail there. Pretty cool. I'll consider that done for now. We do need to make some smoke for it. We'll go to my props. I have my cigar prefab, this smoke particle. I will unpack the prefab because I need to make this for the Casero. We'll put that right in here. That looks perfect for the most part. Maybe a little bit smaller. I just scaled that down. I'm not sure that's the best policy, but like a 0.5. Rotation doesn't have anything to do with it. Might be nicer to have it be a bit thicker. Shape. Particles can be so silly. Width over trail. There we go. Dart size is what I want, but shape. I do want it 0, just not immediately. That. I don't know. I don't know exactly what that's doing, so it's hard for me to think about it. I think that's good enough for now. Maybe a little bit thinner. Oh, but I would want to do that additional edit here. Oh, she's fallen. Cool. So now we got some cool little smoke that'll start. And I suppose we can start prefabbing a lot of these things. Create a folder. Do the Casero. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Hello, Kai. Whew. I made it. I'm tired. Hope you get tons of sleep. Well, thank you. Same to you. Or at least get some good rest. Good relaxation. Damn. I know I need some. Excuse me. Cool. We're going to use the same texture we have here for the Jambia. Let's get fades off towards the edge. This one here. Maybe two of them. Just stick with the one for the moment. Damascus, exactly. This is what we're gonna go for. Make it kind of squarish. Excuse me. Nice to have a little bit more thickness right on that edge, a little bevel. Just kind of faint for now. Let's get a noise in there too. We'll call this Damascus pattern. Save that. We'll do another noise below. This one we'll tile a few times. Let's say 4, 2, height. Bit of a grain. Pretty good. Okay, so there's going to be some gold on this. We're going to use another Boolean to slice it. Yeah. So we'll take this, we'll do an Alt-D duplicate, and we'll do a high underscore gold. Then we'll make a mesh cube. Start with just this for right now, something like that. We'll call this bool handle. Then on our duplicate, do that mesh boolean, which would be here. Isolate, apply, sample. On this one, we'll switch the bounds to wire. Then select this. We'll do a solidify. Something like that. Then add a store vertex colors. Just gold, so let's do like a yellow. Pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to leave it where it is. Duplicate it one more time. Duplicate the bool again, and call it grip. Shrink it down. Then we'll add an array. Sample grip will get rid of that actually. Add a normal boolean. Sample again. Swap it to intersect. Perfect. Excuse me. Add a bevel. A subdivision. You know, the Boolean's not working very well here. Let's get rid of that. Let's delete that actually. And then on these ones, drop it in. And we'll use the tangent. Looks good to me. I do love being able to add details through modeling my textures. It's so much easier. Unbelievably easier. I think I'll need to separate some of these. Let's do an actual gold material. Cool. Gold for details, bronze for durability. I always thought bronze was kind of underappreciated relative to gold. I like bronze. Let's do a little bit more for that handle. Getting these odd striations. That's good. I like it. Oh. Hello, Snardom. Welcome. How's things? Quite good. Quite good. I've done a bunch of IRL murals lately. Here, maybe I'll post them on Twitter. I just posted it. I should have added a message. 60 minutes. Damn. Okay. Yeah, check it out. Did these big paintings recently. It's like a interior decorator was working on getting some Airbnbs painted up, so hired me to help him out, and it's coming out pretty good. So did 3 rooms. Nice big walls are fun to play with. They are. Honestly, really enjoyed making some physical art. Been a while. Been a while. It's good. Gold's a little too strong for it to be on a handle. That noise there. A little bit darker on the base. Yep. Also used to do more physical stuff way back when. Mind if I share? Just a door size thing. Go right ahead. Yeah. I'd love to see. I enjoyed it a lot. I honestly feel like I'm going to be doing a lot more physical art over the next few months and stuff. But next time I will bring my Twitch setup or my stream setup. So that way we can do both. I just don't have anything. I just didn't even think about it, to be honest. But I think I will do that next time around. Some spraying results. Dude, that's awesome. Heck yeah. That's awesome. It reminds me of like I'm like those like 80s vans where they'd have like the dragons on them and stuff. I love it. Very very like a classic pulp sci-fi. I like it. Heck yeah. He's got good taste then. Miss doing those kinds of projects. They're fun. I wouldn't be surprised to see more and more just just a return to physical art. That's all that's going on. A little bit more of an edge. Though it was hard on the lungs when doing indoor projects. I was a cheapskate back then and never wore a proper mask / filter. Yeah. I think I'm paying a little bit of my own way for doing some similar stuff. I think I have to ignore back faces on the blade. Did I export? Export again. Mode. Bake and just make sure AO. Perfect. The nice clothing setup you have there, by the way. Managed to catch it some streams back, but still props. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it feels feel pretty confident I have certain pieces of my workflow pretty figured out now. But I do always find a way to catch myself off guard. I think we'll add a gradient, like a slight shadowing fall off. Maybe vertically here, and then a little bit of shadowing kind of on the handle. Yep, let's leave it like that, and then just use the contrast and balance to get it positioned. Okay. I'm gonna take down the roughness, but then use it here to just very lightly shadow that out. Okay, that gives us a nice pop. Pop. Back here, and we do have the curve AO. Not sure how impactful that's being right now, though. Recently, let's go to the handle. just do curve by itself, set to multiply. Strong. I guess something like this-ish. Blur. Bam. A little wear on there. I think we're good. We're good there. Okay. A few more details to add. Save. Oh. A headache. Have the weekend sounds like? Yeah. Yes, please. I'm ready. I was really debating streaming today because I was so exhausted yesterday at the end of yesterday. Finishing a big chunk of physical work like that just keeps me tired. My knees ain't what they used to be. Getting up and off that up and down off that floor after a while. Ooh. And then one of them too had a like a 45-degree angle for the Ciao Bella one. And I'll have to really consider proper way to do that in the future. Maybe a little too glossy. Woo! Goodness. Wow. That got me. Thank you. How's school going for you? Or you're going back to school. Did you start that up yet? I did, and well, I haven't blended for a while. No. I'm sure the opportunity will present itself soon. I think there's going to be a lot of like localized manufacturing picking up over the next year, 1 to 2 years. And Blender should be in people should be looking for those with 3D skills. At least that's what I would like to think. Just like anything, really. I think I've started to see a lot of like, talking to people that have a high demand for like custom items. Like, I don't know if you're anywhere or if you're close to any like interior design places, or people that are like making kind of ritzy stuff for ritzy people. That might be a good direction to look, because a lot of like, especially places that do like reclaimed stuff. But 3D printing will be a big part of that. I really want to mess around with pressing some metal and stuff. I had some fun ideas. I mean, just 3D printing, I feel like on its own will be quite nice over the next oops, that's a second mat cap. I did not want a second mat cap. I wanted the room lighting. I'm kind of rambling right now, but there's going to be a lot of goods and services that anyway, I just feel like custom artish items, if you can find someone locally that needs things like that, that's a good direction to look. It's kind of an interesting shadow there. Might be a little too shiny. All right, looks pretty good. I'm gonna see a lot more laser cutting, CNC, and 3D print hobbies are starting to get super cheap to do now. Exactly. Like cabinetry, home building, all of those things are a lot easier to consider when there's these tools that allow for just when manufacturing is starting to get easier to get into. And it's interesting too. I was looking into like with 3D printing, you can output an STL file, and then at that point it's pretty easy to manufacture. But that is not the case if you wanted to take that same object and get it machined, like you said, in a CNC, or like a machine, like a where it mills. I think that's the correct term, but cuts through the metal. That is you can't export any file type from Blender that could get read by a CNC machine. You need to go through these conversion steps, and it's actually ridiculous how expensive some of that software is. It's unbelievably pricey. You'd be really surprised. Help one of my students set up his 3D printer, hooked him up his web app via APIs to automate orders for him. Not quite there yet, but it's functional. Okay, a little print farm. Yeah, get a little group of people 3D printers together. I think I think 3D printing will really take off, because it's like shipping If the cost of materials drops, oops, then you're really just competing on the price of shipping. And in that case, 3D printing gets quite cost effective. 10-year-old software, so I used to run WaterJet. It's expensive. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So you did metal slicing with a WaterJet, if I understand that correctly? Excuse me. Interesting. The scabbard's kind of like a velvet color. It is velvet. Something like velvet. Yeah, and then there should be a little tip. I got velvet sheets and I can stay on the bed now. I can't stay on the bed now. Just slide right off. Make a new collection. Scabbard. An Alt D, duplicate, scabbard, rim. Another Alt D, duplicate, scabbard, tip. And you guessed it, we're going to do a little bit more Boolean slicing because I am lazy and it's effective. You know what? We will copy the gold color. Might as well just make that consistent. Now we'll do wire. We'll call this bool scabbard rim. Interesting. Oh, sorry, I was mixing up your guys' comments. Mixing up y'all's comments. Forgive me. Forgive me. Cool. Dippy. Copy to selected. Not tip, we'll put the Boolean here. Perfect. Maybe not quite as thick. Actually, it should be scabbard. Copy. Okay. These two can go to source. Save. Export collections. Actually, first check face orientation. Perfect. Then export all collections. Save. Refresh. Mode. Bake. Beautiful. We're getting an air right here. That's from the solidify. Let's do the velvet first. Velvet. I look velvety. Maybe one more noise pass. Looks a bit more like leather right now. See, it's still in sleep. Sorry, I have to make a phone call really quick. I'll stay on camera for that one. All right, I'm back. Sorry to be on a call there. All right, let's do it. So we're going to take this. Why can't I control the tilt? I guess that's the difference between 2D and 3D. Strange. Hello, hello, Crosshatch. Welcome back. We'll add one subdivision to smooth these. And then that should be pretty good. I like that the extrusion almost always points in the incorrect direction. It's annoying. I guess that's not 50-50 chance. And we'll take this control point, set the handle type to free. So we move this piece that way. This nice curve. That'll help us clean up both sides. And then we'll want to do the same. Here, control point. First, let's that control point. Free. How do I do that? Just V? Free. All right. I like that. Perfect. XY wrinkles. XYZ wrinkles on clothes. Tangent. What do they call that? Vector offset. Vector displacement. Cool. Have that reference. So now we've got this text here. We could give it some depth. Or solidify. Actually get rid of the solidify for a moment, or we would want to add a deform curve first. Let's turn on Gambia. We need a curve, another curve. Going to play D&D Dino. Oh, that sounds fun. So like Dino Crisis, but D&D. I do love me some dinosaurs. Dino. All right. Very good. Now we can add one additional deform shrink wrap. We'll put it here. We're gonna use a project on the Y. That way we get it floating, looking nice and beautiful. There. Very sus. One, two. Okay, so there's another portion of this. Two. Which needs to go at the bottom of this, like right there. We should be able to mirror it afterwards. Excuse me. Twitch integration. Well, sus indeed. Boom. Sorry to be so sleepy. I'm tired. It's been a long week for me. I don't know if you saw Crosshatch, but I made some murals over this last week. If you check out my Twitter, you can see what I made. I'm not sure if you're here for showing them off. Actually, I guess I could just show them. Excuse me. Made this big mural. They look pretty good. Few murals. Man, I want a beer. Sounds good. This game is funny so far. All good. Oops. I want. All right, so now we've got this text, which needs to go down the front. And it looks like it goes pretty much almost all the way to the tip. So I will, in fact, do the bounce clamp again with the stretch. We'll just adjust the starting position. I guess I could not do anything there. Looks like we have enough space. I see. Ugh. Ooh. Wow, I got tired. Okay. We'll call this blade text front or text curve. Beautiful name. Okay, so now we need to make the other portion. So we'll duplicate this, remove the curve for a moment, take this single point, delete everything else, then go here, We're gonna have to rearrange everything again a little bit down the road, but this will be a good start for now. All right. Two. Just can't believe that this game has been casually streamed on Twitch. Lamau. Does this game have a name? Time for some food and rest. Happy blending or painting if you get the chance. Thank you, Snardum. Good luck with your work. Good luck with school. And we'll catch you soon. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. Restful. DD Dino. I think that paints a very clear picture for me. Thank you, Snardo. Okay, there's another one. Oh, we got this little dot right here. Okay. Duplicate it. go. Subdivide that, rotate, scale, scale. Damn, I am sleepy. I can feel it in my brain. We have a big feeling your commissioner played 9 souls, smoke symbols. I know they really liked, is it RuneScape? I think the clothing's inspired by RuneScape, so there's a few different inspirations going on here. Okay, let's hide that, or need move it over here. Just want to see that. Alrighty. So we got a few different pieces of text. I'm going to take this one because I know that this is the separate one. Let's hide these ones. Let's get rid of the curve deformer. So they're just like so. In fact, let's take all the text, get rid of that, get rid of that, and we'll just combine the or copy modifiers. Do it. There we go. And then all of these will be text blade. Okay. So the first one's this Y1. So text blade 1. Then text blade 2. Text blade underscore 4. And of course that would make this one 3. Dead Estate is a swell game, similar to Binding of Isaac, but with a busty witch. Okay. I think I've seen that on Twitter. Like a PS2, PS1 style game. That's what I was thinking of. Oh, I did say low poly. Maybe there's another game that's kind of similar. Or has a similar character. Okay. So. Oh, gotcha. Oh. Oops. Yeah, it's interesting to see a lot of assuming your feed as VR chat models, you probably saw that. Maybe. Brrr. Detective Ryutatsu on the case. Boom. Okay. So we've got these pieces. What we want to be able to do is join them properly. So these are the text, blade text sources. Let's put that there. And then we'll do another blade text combined combination. Okay. And here, make a plane, swap the input. We'll do 1. And it's here. Say combo or BTC front 1, 2. Beautiful name. Text blade 1. Okay. Perfect. Boom. This will be 2. Has anyone made you do a kanji before? I believe I've used some Japanese symbols and some substance textures before, but that's about all I remember. Excuse me. One, two, three, four. Perfect. Okay. 3, 4. And then this other one's 3, 4, 1, 2, 1. So the only one that's different is this last one, 2 to 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2, 1 is what we want to create. So we'll duplicate collection 2 underscore. Swap these. Okay. Good. So those are combined collections. All right. And then Gambia curves. Excuse, let's transform those symbols used for the smoke animation. Simulation's not too bad in Blender. It can be annoying sometimes, but yeah, got sleepy. In the high poly, we'll make a new object. So we'll go onto the blade. Copy that. Paste this here. Blade. Text. 1 underscore 2. And then we add in that geo input as a collection. Bam. So now we have the text again. And we do a deform curve. And we're going to sample this curve here. We'll switch it to Y. And we're going to add that modifier. Generate. Or sorry, deform. Shrink wrap. Blade. Project on the Y. Then solidify. Cool. Now we got that text there. And go ahead, duplicate, set this to 3 underscore 4. Like that. Take both these curves, and duplicate them. Take them back to this side. Okay, first one we'll do is make this one here. This will be 1_2 back. This will be 4_3. So I take these, duplicate, rename as well. Right, so take the curve, that would be this one. All right. Then let's go to the source of all the text fonts. All right, I won't be able to see the stored color. That's okay. On the blade metal, let's drop a color selection. We'll call this blade text. Oh! Excuse me. Goodness. It's going to offer a little bit of a shadow around the text. Push that roughness down. Tap into the ambient occlusion. All right, that's already helped quite a bit. See it in game. Okay, well, we got most of that done. The main issue we're looking at right now is this solidify right here. The UV is no good. I want to be able to correct that. There should be a way to do so. So we're going to make a new collection, which we'll call relax UV position. Relax mesh island UV interior. Relax UV island interior. Okay. What a name. Okay, so let's say that I extrude this up. There is additional topology here, but it's not reflected on the UV map. So we just set it to UV position. And we'd like to blur position. I thought there was a nicer one of those. Edge neighbor to attribute. Is an edge boundary. Let's actually capture this attribute here on the edge. Set this to float just in case. It's equal to so it did work. but it separated them. So that's selection. I think we'd want weight. Yeah, that's what it should be. Why is it breaking so badly? It's blurring these edge positions. Do I have hidden geometry? I do. I do not. I would like to select something else. Only had to click 1,000,000 times to do that. There we go. Split edges. For some reason, that needs to be enabled. Okay. And then map range. If we did this, then the minimum, we could adjust that value. And then we could store the named attribute on the original geometry. See, I'm having to click so many times. I don't understand that. So this is the geometry that will go out. I'm just gonna shrink everything so it's a little bit easier to see there. But we can sample the index. What is going on? It just won't deselect things. It's not my mouse. So switch vector equal compare index, this index here to equal, this could be an integer, so if it equals, we then sample index for the position this will be UV map, storing a 2D vector on the face corner. Interesting. Instead of capturing, we're gonna store on the store an integer face corner, and this will be free blur index. So close. So close. He wants to set them all to 0 because we're using this selection. We don't want to update the selection there. How many times do I have to click? Good God. All right, setting them all to 0, even though it should be capturing this attribute. And using this position here. We are capturing it on the face corner. Okay, not quite what we want then. Do you think we'll want this? Sample index. So we'll sample this for the vector that is our position. And we'll do that for each element here. So this goes in here for each face corner. See, I can't, it won't let me deselect. So I take right. I can't actually sample the face corners with this one. I'm so close. Okay. Face corners should, index should still be the same. It does not appear that that changes. So that means I don't need to capture the pre-blur index. It is just the same index. And we just don't want to use a for each element. We'd like to use a repeat node, because that one's actually useful. Okay. So we get this, we go stats, we go domain, size. So on this geometry, we have this many face corners. So close. Interesting. Aha. That may have been the whole issue there when sampling the index. But now that we've done that, we can input our blur iterations. And then we should also be able to call this this should be a factor. Mix, because 0 would be the original, as long as original updated. Okay, relax UV island interior. The final thing to do if I can ever deselect something, it really does not work sometimes. We're going to do a selection, then do end. Make sure that, sorry, let me back up 1 second. All right, go to the group and we want to add selection, and the default is true. So end. So that way should be able to swap in whatever selection I want. So for example, just want to blur these ones. It just blurs that section. Very good. All right, relax UV island interior. Boom, open, go back here. We're going to look at this object. And we'll search up our asset. Add, we have solidify shell. Not as nice as I was hoping, and that's because we're matching the bounds with this. This is what it was originally. If I turn that on, something like this. Ah, it's blurring based off of I have to blur each mesh island separately. Okay. So. Okay. So they are getting blurred just fine. Okay. I know what the issue is then. basically when we set the geometry node position, please let me move. I hate this. Okay, splitting edges breaks it. Let's take the middle here and fill it, and then mark the seam. And I hate this little mouse button. It's so... I need a new mouse. This one's garbage. The reason it's not working out right now. Okay. But if I split it, the face corners should be fine. There shouldn't be any new face corners if I split edges. So index should be the same. Stop. But I need the attribute, correct attribute name. That would be UV underscore seam. So named attribute, UV seam. Let me copy this. Stop. Oh. Oh, I need to close my eyes. I think I'm going to stop after this one. Okay. But as I understand it, we need to give it the correct attribute to split. So named attribute. I guess we do have to use this one right here. And the default attribute will be UV seam. And that's it. Why can't I? Layer. Okay. Hmm. I guess we just do input seam default attribute UV seam. Why isn't this a attribute? Something about how it's getting used in here. It goes into a switch. Okay, we'll do a compare. Equal. There we go. 1. And then domain Boolean edge here. Fascinating. Okay. All right. That's not working. So we'll do split edges, seam. Seam. Thing. Oh, it is already a Boolean on the edges. So why can't I just do a Boolean? That really should work. Ooh. So it takes the island, places in the position, then it blurs the attributes. Ah, I see the issue. It's where we're capturing. Should be able to split, but it won't know it's a boundary edge until afterwards, so. Is that it? I think so. It still wants to pull over to that side. Oh. If I solidify, it should be possible. Yeah, this is what we want it to do. Shrink in. Ah. Interesting. So close. So the real issue is actually this match UV bounds solidify shell. So we solidify, we move it over, but the way it moves isn't including the entire selection. It should include our rim as well. But when we output, we do have the ability to include that rim. So perhaps what I really need to do is solidify rim. And then we will vertex weight mix. And we'll take the shell, we'll take the rim, go to this view, and we'll maximum all. What is the first solidify? Closer. Okay, it does look like the issue is simply just selecting too much. It's like wrapping all the way around. So the original object is just this. We solidify the mix, do the mask, displace, solidifies 1. So this only just creates this little rim on the edge, then we displace a little bit. So it seems to me that all we truly require is evaluating the domain of this shell better. So let's go ahead and go back here. So we will delete the top. We'll add a solidify here. We'll just that. Do this. And we'd want like an evaluate attribute on domain. So we would evaluate on domain. uh we want a switch, index switch, for the geometry and for the value. Okay. We can choose any attribute. We can output that attribute however we want. It should be a blurred or a evaluated attribute. This will be interesting. So there we go. Evaluate attribute on domain. So we would say, I want to take this shell and I can override it. And then we would evaluate it differently. It only goes up to 1 for some reason. Okay. Evaluate attribute on domain. Well, we are switching it up, but doesn't seem to be making the nicest difference. I suppose we could also do a very similar. Time for biking. Have a nice rest of your day. Same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you soon. I'm gonna stop soon too. I'm losing my my mind. Tired. So, okay, well, if we can do that, where we can evaluate attribute dynamically, then we should also be able to compare attribute. And what we could do is capture that attribute and then compare. And we'll probably have a few. Understand it just really does not want to deselect. Excuse me. So we can take our attribute, we can compare it to whatever we want. We'll do an index switch, which will allow us to take our Boolean value. So it'll be our first one. Then we'll have another index switch over here, which will be geometry. This will allow us to choose from the full list of options. So this switch is for the capture attribute domain. That's what we're switching there. Well, yes, this way does kind of make the most sense. All right. We're gonna have to do quite a few more of those. Less than or equal, greater than or equal, and then equal, not equal. Hi, Pixie girl. You want to say hi? Hello. Hello. Oh. Oh. Are you hugging me? Blech. Oh, 2 of your whiskers came off. Okay, and this will be comparison. Which is all right. So this lets us take 2 attributes, compare them, any attribute, to any other attribute, then output it however we want. Why do I want to do that? Ah, I see. Okay. Ah. So we output the vertex group, but there we go. When we do, let's relax. Interesting. So that means we're still left over with this rim. And the reason the top of it's curving down is because we need to put the mask before we do the relax. Okay, I think I understand now. Still not moving absolutely everything over. And now we are just getting the rim loading by itself, which is not ideal. So I think what I would want to do is to be able to take a vertex group selection and output the edge ring of that selection as its own attribute. And then I would feed that into the relax island interior seam. My phone. Of course. All right, I'm gonna call it here. There's more to do, but I'm tired. We'll come back to this sometime soon. I think I'll be working a little bit over the weekend, but I gotta close my eyes. I feel exhausted. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Crosshatch, Arctic, Kai, Snardom, anyone else that's lurking out there. Thank you all for hanging out. Glad to be back into it. If I do any murals or any other work moving forward, I'm gonna try to keep streaming it. So I think whatever I end up doing after this, because I feel that I'm at a transition point into getting into slightly different work, but I should be streaming whatever direction I go. I'll stream it. But enjoy your day, everyone, and I'll catch you soon. See you Monday. Have a good weekend. Bye.